Alright, I'm gonna put the music on. Beep.
Hit it.
There we go. Alright, it'll pick up in a second. So, welcome back. I'm gonna do a little bit of a recap, even though I feel like we all kind of remember what happened last session. The party had officially arrived in Srenmore, Jen kind of leading them through the really, really crowded, chaotic streets of this market city and into kind of the inner workings, down towards where more of the normal, I guess you could call them, taverns are, in this small square that had quite a few different taverns and inns, of which you picked between, eventually deciding on the Onyx and Agate Garden. You guys got cleaned up, settled in, had some drinks. Dodie and Jen went on a little shopping trip to buy some new clothes and some hair products, and for Jen to buy 2 nearly identical lipsticks, because everybody was kind of a mess after travel and, you know, the battle that happened in the capital. While this happened, there was a very awkward little dinner and drinks happening with Gore, Erithar, and Saphael at the inn. Then Dodie came back, dyed her hair. Her and Jen had a little bit of girl time before the party kind of met back up, had a couple drinks. Gore and Erithar and Saphael already pretty inebriated by this point. Saphael went to bed because that shit knocked him out. And Gore decided that the party needed to go across the street to Bones, the more nightclub style, kind of goth club-esque tavern in the middle of this ginormous city. To which he convinced the rest of the party to go with him, and they went over. Gore absolutely tore it up on the dance floor. Erithar went between completely zoning out and wandering around. Dodie decided to go, instead of having girl time, to have me time and flirt with some random pathetic man that she found in the bar, and had a great time. Gore and Erithar wandered around a little bit more before eventually stumbling back to the inn, very, very inebriated, and promptly fell asleep. The whole party got up in the morning, including Jen and Saphael, and went and had breakfast at this little hole in the wall, literally, that Jen knew. And then they went about their shopping day. They went over to some different magic shops to try to figure out what their items were that they had been carrying around. They went into one shop that didn't really seem to have a lot of answers, but did seem to have a lot of weapons and armor. But eventually went into Grand Eldest Worm Emporium for the Fanciful, where they met 2 shopkeepers who are married and are worms? Question mark? Puppets? Multi-dimensional creatures? Who's to say, honestly? But the party got a couple things checked out. They sold an item, bought some items, walked out with a couple thousands worth of gold, and in the end were leaving as they were contacted again by well, earlier had been contacted by Merrick's to meet up and discuss whatever it was that you needed to discuss, as he was trying to get out of town pretty quickly, but would stick around for a little bit longer. So, you guys are still within the Magi Botanica, this kind of downtown, I say downtown area, the whole city's a downtown area, but this kind of magical shop corner within this ginormous market. Kind of standing now on the street corner between Grand Elder Worm Emporium and the Myth of Smith, the enchanting blacksmith across the way. Jen has walked off by this point, going to do a little bit of shopping of her own. And you guys have just walked out of whatever that experience was with the two worms. So, that's where we'll jump in.
Dodie, who I think is still a little bit shaken from being offered bombs. I think I'm gonna go ahead and make a perception check just to see if I can spot that little pony man wandering around.
All right.
I will also make a perception check.
All right.
Or won't? He's thinking about how rich he is.
Nice.
It's a 19.
19?
Probably not as high as that. Yeah, that's a 16.
16. Are you looking for anything in particular, Arathar?
Same thing. Pony man.
All right. As you walk out into the streets again, you can see it's still pretty early in the morning. Kind of, well, I say pretty early in the day, I should say. Kind of getting more towards noon now, since you guys woke up a little bit later because of the hangover. But still getting a good jump on the day as you guys are kind of standing around. So far, you don't see any sign of a small, tiny centaur, but there is quite the hustle and bustle around you. Though you do seem to be in a much smaller area than the Hawk and Barter section of the city. So it should be easier to keep an eye out. So I'll keep your two perception checks kind of running for this little bit here. But so far you don't seem to see any sign of him.
As they're looking, she's gonna poke her head toward the Myth of Smith. Just kind of peering toward it and kind of gestures with her head. While we're waiting, I'm going to go poke my head into there.
Right, we can wait outside if you want. We'll keep an eye out here.
Cool. Just gonna go inside.
Right. Your party kind of crosses the street. It's less of a street and more of just a walking trail type thing made of cobblestone. You possibly could fit carts down the street, but it would be kind of a mess. It's an interesting little section of town, but you walk across the street, the rest of your party stopping under one of the street lamps, kind of taking a moment to rest as you walk over to the Myth of Smith and begin to kind of poke your head in. The quite large door is propped open out front, and you can see where the shop itself actually opens up into what appears to be more of a patio out the back where the forge appears to be. Up front, kind of just glancing through the open door, you can see there's a small little kind of shop front with a couple different things scattered about, but it's mostly just this one large kind of desk-like table and the forge and blacksmithing area beyond it. You can hear somebody working further back in the shop, but as you kind of poke your head in, you don't see anybody initially.
She's gonna... Are there, like, wares on display in the main part? She's gonna just kind of look around and see what there is to see. She's there with a goal in mind, but might as well just glaze her eyes over things.
Yeah. Do you want to make a investigation check, or do you just kind of want to glance?
Just glance. I'm not interested in buying anything in particular.
All right. You begin to kind of walk around, kind of looking between item and item. Everything, it seems, is relatively simple up front. There are several weapons that seem to be pretty nice in quality. They're, on the simpler side, nothing too extravagant or fancy, as well as a couple, like everyday tools and items that probably aren't enchanted. Though you do pass by one, like, cast iron, pot that does appear to be enchanted for some reason, as it kind of glimmers a little bit in the light, and you kind of think that's a little strange, but you keep walking. Eventually, as you're walking around and your feet are kind of making the floorboards creak, you hear the person somewhere behind in the smithing area stop, the sound of something quite heavy setting down on the floor, and then footsteps approaching. As you turn, you see a very, very tall figure, standing probably closer to 8 feet tall. You turn and see kind of lanky, very shaggy-haired Furbolg.
Ooh, cute.
As he kind of begins to approach, he kind of wipes his hands on his apron and steps forward, kind of smearing soot across them. You see that his kind of strawberry blonde, kind of almost ginger hair hangs in front of his eyes, and you almost wonder how he can see through that as he steps up and kind of shakes his hair a little bit out of his face. He sets his one of his tools down on the counter and looks up towards you. Hey, can I help you?
Yeah, I'm interested in, I don't know, getting to know... I'm interested in having a weapon enchanted, but I know nothing about magic, and so really I'm just here to see what at all might be possible to have done.
Yeah, there's a couple different things that we can do, depending on price range and weapon type. You do notice as he starts to talk, you kind of look down at his apron, and he has a name tag on, and it says, "Hi, my name is Smith, all one word." Depending on your price range and the type of weapon, we can do a couple different things. Are you looking for like a protection, more of kind of like a offensive, defensive, color? We have glamour enchantments.
As fascinated as I am by glamour enchantments, I am pretty fond of the color palette already. She kind of procures her axe and sets it down on the counter. Offensive is good. I like the idea of packing a little bit more of a punch with it.
Yeah, I feel like you can probably get a pretty big punch out of this one.
I do my best.
Pretty hefty weapon. It's a good choice.
Thank you. My dad found it in a basement.
Sometimes those are the best. He turns and he walks over to his shelves off to the side, and he starts to pick up a couple different books. And he sets them down and starts to flip them open. Well, you got a lot of options, offensive-wise. So do you have a preference over type of damage?
I'm pretty fond of radiant if possible. Lightning might also be fun. I'm not really into poison.
Yeah, that.
Thunder could be cool. I'm running through them in my head. No necrotic. That's too.
Yeah,
iffy
those
for
are
me.
tricky anyway. Those cost more, definitely.
That makes sense.
Let's see what I have here. He starts to flip open larger sections. I'm having to look through the options. I apologize.
I'm also looking. It's okay.
He almost sounds like the Webkins Curio Shop guy. He does.
Hold on. Let me pull up. Let's see. Why are you being so difficult? I have to scroll through so many things. Not that one. Alright, well, I have kind of, if we're going from most simple to most complicated, the most simple enchantment you can get is to just kind of make it better. Just add a little extra oomph to it, makes it a little bit easier to carry, makes it do a little bit more. That one's going to be your simplest. Or there's flame enchantments that are pretty simple. I'm assuming that you don't really need the Dragon Slayer enchantment for any reason. Haven't used that one in... Well, I haven't used that one. Nope, that's a necrotic one. Or if you want to make... This one I got from my friend. He taught me how to do it. He lives over a bit more west of here. But he called it the Vicious enchantment. Just makes everything a bit sharper.
Sound of that.
Let me look up how much that one would cost you. For that one, for the enchantment, since you're not buying the whole weapon, and considering how... Do you mind if I...
Go ahead.
He kind of picks it up and turns it over in his hands. your weapon's in great shape.
Thank you. I take good care of it.
Some of these enchantments can tend to damage the weapons when they're not in good shape, and so I charge extra in case they break. Because then I have to put them back together. But yours is in pretty good shape for this sort of vicious enchantment on it. I could probably do it for about 300.
I'm laughing. She's not.
Mm-hmm.
Can you give me just 1 second?
Of course.
Oh god.
Gore,
Yeah, what's up?
don't suppose I could borrow 300 gold from you. I will repay it, eventually.
With interest.
With interest. Paladin's honor.
50%.
50%?
I'm trying to make a profit here.
You have so much money.
And I earned that money. How about this? How about this? How about this? I'll meet you in the middle, 25%. That's an in total of 375.
20.
25, take it or leave it. Arathar. Gestures over to Arathar.
What?
Don't worry, you'll get a cut.
Oh, here, and he hands her the fucking money.
Back inside.
We're losing my goddamn mind.
You walk back inside and you can see that he's picked up one of the very large books at this point and is flipping through it. I also, for your information, found a little bit of extra information on this enchantment. Sure. For the vicious one, it's about equitable to another enchantment that I can do on it for the same price, depending on which one sounds better to you. For the vicious one, it really shows its true colors when you hit a perfect hit.
Mm-hmm.
But with the other one, it just adds kind of like a general effect to the entire thing. About the same price-wise, but you do kind of get the luck of the draw, whether the vicious one really does its full potential.
Let's go with the other one then. Yeah, I like the sound of that.
Alright. It's about, I can do that for the same price considering the quality of your weapon. So, you will have to leave it overnight. Is that alright? Because it will take me a little bit of time to fully get everything perfect for it.
Hang on just 1 second.
Of course.
Gonna walk back outside. I assume we're trying to get out of here by this evening.
Yes.
Preferably.
Okay. Alright. That's fine. Okay. Alright. Just gonna go back in.
Hello again.
Hi. I don't suppose there's any chance that for a little extra money you could get it done by this evening.
Well, I could try to expedite it.
For another...
Oh. Give me a second. And he walks over to what looks like a calendar that's hung on the wall, and he starts to look through it.
Oh, Smith.
I'm not very busy today. And I haven't done an axe enchantment in a while. Let's say another 15 and I got you.
Sold.
Nixie shipping was that inexpensive.
You're a great man.
Most people come in here and just want simple enchantments. I haven't enchanted a weapon in a little bit now.
Good.
I do a great enchantment on cookware. He starts to write out a piece of parchment and kind of like sticks it to the axe and starts to set it off to the side.
All right, that sounds great. So I'll try to be back here around sunset-ish, maybe a little before.
Yeah, come back around this evening. I should have it done.
Thank you.
Pleasure
She's
doing
gonna hand over
business
the
with you.
Thank you. We're just gonna go back outside.
Yep.
Axeless.
Feels weird.
Yeah. Weird weight lifted off her shoulders, both physically and metaphorically. Go back outside. We can leave this evening.
That was
Okay.
the plan. So,
Thank you, Gore.
It's okay. I come out on this. I come out of this on top. So you're welcome.
Thank you. Have you seen any sign of him yet?
no. No, I've exclusively been moving my head back and forth and down, up and down as well. No sign. Mostly down, not.
That makes sense. Unless he's on the
Mr. Gore, have
roofs.
you seen him? I assume that you would have told me if you had, but I'm going to take that as a no. Do we want to remain stationary, or do we want to keep walking around back and forth? This area of the city seems to be a little smaller, so maybe wandering will just help us. I think there's one more thing I want to do. 2 more things, but I think finding him is probably our priority for the moment.
I don't see any reason why we can't just walk around for a little while. So.
Alright, and he's gonna start walking.
You guys begin to kind of meander around this section of the city, this Magi Botanica, and start to just kind of look around, sort of window shop, if you will. And as you're doing so, you do catch sight of Jen at a certain point, who does kind of rush up. She said that she was just going to go window shopping, but she is holding a couple bags, and she rushes up. Hi. So, you guys are still, like, doing stuff, right?
Kind of.
Okay, cool. Because I just met up with one of my cousins, and there's some, like, whispering around town about, like, an accident that the Crontheers were in or whatever, and, like, I totally want to hear, like, all about it and, like, all the drama or whatever. So, like, I'm gonna go with her, and we're gonna go, like, see what the fucking deal is or whatever. So I'm probably gonna, like, ditch, but if you need to get in contact with me, like, literally just do it, because I'm gonna be in the city, so. Also,
We now have
especially
ascending speed.
yeah, especially if you're over near the road mill, let me know because like I can hook you up over there. So, okay, I'm gonna go though. So have fun. Try not to die. Bye.
Why?
And she turns and she rushes off. You guys wander around for a little bit longer after that. Not too terribly long before, Dodie, you start to hear the sound of hooves on cobblestone and start to kind of whip around and start to look. It's not a very common sound, so you know to start looking down mostly. And eventually you look over and see near one of like the side streets, cloak still on, hood still kind of pulled up slightly, you do see Francel Merrick's kind of start to emerge onto the main street, kind of looking around and walking.
Oh, thank the gods. She is going to point in his direction. Finally. And start walking.
Alright. You catch up to him very easily, as he's very short. And as the three of you kind of start to descend on his location, he kind of spooks a little bit. It's like, huh, and then sees who the three of you are and is like, oh, wonderful. You changed your hair. Sorry. Didn't see you.
Sorry.
Yes.
So, would you feel more comfortable if we went somewhere more private?
Possibly. I assume that we're talking about a couple different things. You needed something. Something in particular.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have it on my person.
Uh-huh.
But if we should talk first.
Mm-hmm.
I think Arethar's turning. He's walking back in the direction of the tavern.
Okay.
Or just that distance.
Yep.
You begin to start walking through the city. Oh my god, you're okay. It's fine. Sorry, my laptop. You begin to start walking through the city. Are you looking for a place to stop on the way over there, or are you trying to get all the way over to the tavern to stop?
He's going to keep walking in that direction towards the tavern, unless anybody wants to stop him and veer him towards somewhere else.
We know it's safe. We know it's private.
Okay.
Yeah.
You guys continue to walk for a while, having veered off from your little tavern district by a little bit. Are any of you doing perception checks as you walk?
Yes.
Well.
Making an insight check on Eric's to see how he's carrying himself.
Alright.
See, her insight's not great.
Alright.
Oh.
17.
17?
11.
11?
Nat 20.
Nat 20 on the insight check?
Yeah.
Nice. As the two of you kind of start to keep an eye out as you're walking, kind of looking over everything as you pass, nothing really stands out to you as shady, other than the naturally shady bits of the city that you pass by, kind of looking down certain alleyways and seeing very strange little shop fronts tucked in like actual corners where the brick seems to just kind of fall away into an opening that has a rickety sign above it. Other than those things, nothing really stands out to you. out of the ordinary. You pass by all of the carts and stands and shops and buildings that seem to grow out of each other as normal as you continue walking. Dodie, you said you were looking to him to see like how he's carrying himself.
Like, how nervous does he seem to be? Like, if so, like, if there are any particular directions he's looking in? Like, is he sweating at all? I'm just trying to figure out, like, how anxious this constantly anxious man is, and why.
He seems to be not about to crack his skull open anxious. He seems to be probably about as anxious as he always is, with just a little tiny touch more. He seems to be looking around constantly, like everywhere around him, as if he's like checking his surroundings, seeing if anyone's approaching him. He does check a little bit less now that he's walking between the three of you, and Saphael to the back. He does kind of glance at Saphael every once in a while as he starts to follow, like, oh, there's another one.
Pay no attention to the one here.
But he seems to be less so like he was when you heard him before, when he was being followed. This seems to sort of be, I'm generally uncomfortable all the time, and I'm in a place where anybody could get me at any time. Also, when he started to speak about the reason that you guys were coming to talk to him, he did seem a little more pointed about the fact that this should probably be private, but it doesn't look like he's about to fall out, at least.
New shelter. The new shelter I'm in.
But you all continue walking. It takes you a little while to finally get back to that tavern square, but as you do, you can see that the onyx and agate garden is actually even a little less busy than it was before. You're kind of hitting it at a weird time of day, like almost afternoon, but not quite, just like late morning, getting to where it's around noon. People are stopping to eat lunch at a couple of the different places, but it seems that most people are going about their business, shopping, or going to the different entertainment centers around town. So as you walk in, you can see the same barkeep as usual. Still quite a few of the tables are taken up, but given how it was last night, where there was rarely a table open at all, it is definitely much quieter.
Go find a table? Question mark?
Right.
Booth? What have you?
You guys find kind of like a tucked away, kind of almost underneath the staircase, small kind of it's like a sunken in booth, like into the wall. It's like one of those like half circle ones that you're able to kind of like slide in, and then Merrick's kind of like hops up onto and folds his legs underneath him. But he kind of stops and settles a little bit. He has his back basically to the back of the entire room, and he can see the entire bar out in front of him, and he seems to settle a little bit at that as he looks back to the rest of you. I know my anxieties about things can seem a little immense. While this city is very helpful in many ways, a lot can happen. I understand that you needed to speak to me about a couple things.
Your friend or associate that has the cabochon, where are they now? That is the most important thing. We need that item in our possession.
Yes, my keeper friend. They're still here. Distracted a bit by business. Today, I'm sure. But I could. They're further down. In the Blackview Grotto. But I will say I don't know how willing they'll be to part with it. Depending on the circumstance.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I don't know your purposes with it. They intend to keep it away from certain aspects. They know a bit more about its effects than even I. So they're quite protective over it.
Do you know what aspects they're trying to keep it away from?
Its effects are very severe at times. And they didn't speak much exactly, but knowing what I know about, not to speak ill, but about this kingdom.
Do they intend on keeping it in the city, do you know, or do they live elsewhere? Do they have a safe place for it? On the continent? Off the continent, do you know?
They,
or would we have to speak to them about that? I very much would like to speak to them anyway.
Yes. Bit more of a traveler, I think. I assume. Excuse me if it's wrong, but I assume they're more from the north. But it doesn't seem that they are. I'm trying to be very kind, because I know the struggles myself. I don't think they stay here very often on this continent, I guess.
They say where they're from?
They didn't exactly. I was just kind of inferring based on accent and what I know from living up north myself. I can take you to where they've been. I must admit, I don't know how much I could be of help in this exact situation. I found as much as I could know about this item, but it's a bit out of my wheelhouse, and I've kind of been trying to figure out how I can plan my return with as little confederation with my colleagues since I left.
I believe beyond connecting us to them, we don't really have much more to ask of you. At least I don't.
Well,
Is this a situation where we go now, or is this later in the day that you'll come back and you know where they are? Are you taking us to meet them now?
I can take you to where they've been staying, and they should be back anytime soon. I know they're doing a bit of business down near the grotto, which makes sense. But it's not a very big place. It's probably easy to spot them. Spot.
Wonderful.
Right.
Well,
All right. And he starts to get up and start to kind of climb down off the booth, pulling his hood up again and making his way out of the tavern. Sorry. And he starts to lead you further through the city again. This time, taking point instead of following the rest of you. He seems to also, the further you get out of this main part of the city, seem to calm down a little bit as well. As if the further you get into the kind of less explored areas, the more he seems to be slightly more comfortable. Eventually, he starts to lead you down a street that seems to start to wind. It's still made of the same cobblestones, but winding down this makeshift trail between buildings and conglomerate towers of shops, you start to feel the road dip. Eventually, the stone beneath your feet actually starts to curve and dip even further down, as if walking down a hill, before in front of you, you watch it start to open up into a large, dark space. Above it, a block of buildings looks as if it sat atop a bridge, towering over this tunnel-like entrance. As you get closer, you can see that this space beneath the road is not quite a tunnel, but instead the mouth of an open cavern-like structure, full of other buildings and roads that seem to wind around it as well. As you follow Merrick's down, you start to notice where the light from above slips in through the cracks between buildings and the open slots between pavement that now creates the ceiling. The cacophony of sounds around you dims slightly as still echoing throughout these now still crowded streets, but is dampened slightly by the enclosing walls. You realize that you are heading down into kind of what Jen considered the underpart of the city. But as you start to step in, it's pretty much like the rest of the city, just below the pavement. The buildings still all seem crammed together and growing out of each other, though now some of them actually seem to connect with the ceiling above you, the bottom of whatever road now walks over your head. But you also start to notice as you walk in, the mix of peoples as well. You noticed it above when you walked in, and you notice it again below as you pass by a street that you can see has a large sign that says Blackview Grotto on it. You can see that still, despite its bustling nature down here, the people seem a little bit more reserved. No one is trying to wave you over to their cart or looking at you too closely. Everybody kind of seems to be going about their business. There are more people who seem to be slipping between alleyways, but there is still that kind of general air of a marketplace down here. Every once in a while you pass under what almost feels like a skylight, a hole next to one of the buildings above you that kind of slips in a little bit of the sky down into this darkened cavern area. You can see that the street lamps down here, which still continue along the sides of the street, are lit and probably stay that way 24/7. You can still hear the boisterous conversations, especially now as you pass by a couple different shops and taverns where you can hear more dwarven tones and the sound of a language that definitely sounds a little bit different from the other ones that you've heard. But the amount of inconspicuously dressed people slipping between alleys has grown as well, and it just seems like a slightly just more reserved version of the city that's above you. Merrick's continues to lead you further, and as he does, he kind of lets go of his cloak a little bit more, letting it just kind of rest over him instead of pulled tightly around him. Gore, can you make a check for me?
Oh? That is going to be a 16.
16. Interest. And an undercurrent of energy. Not quite impatience, but just this sense of energy. You all continue walking. This area doesn't seem very large compared to the rest of the city that is, quite honestly, massive. But you continue walking deeper under this kind of shadow city. And eventually, it almost starts to feel like you've entered a completely different place. The remaining curious and familiar buildings are there, but it's hard to imagine that this is the same city, I guess. It's hard to explain. I don't know if I'm making sense. But you continue walking for a little bit further. Dodie, you notice that Saphael is still looking around quite a bit, but does seem to have relaxed slightly now that you guys aren't basically out in open air. And he does kind of smirk a little bit as you guys pass this really, really stout dwarven man with the biggest beard that you've ever seen in your life, who seems to be hawking out hot dogs, like a hot dog stand, and seems to be just like kind of standing there, kind of like posted up. Like, I need you to imagine just like your standard dwarf, buff as all hell, and a ginormous black beard that goes all the way down to his toes. Just standing there with a hot dog stand, and he's just looking around. So you pass that, and you continue on a little bit further. Eventually, Merrick starts to slow slightly as he starts to pay more attention to the street signs, which are now slightly more visible now that you're underground, as if down here is slightly more well-marked than above. Dodie, can I get you to make a perception check?
You sure can, bud. 17.
17. as you're walking, and as Merrick starts to slow and keep better account of where he's going, somewhere off, somewhat near you, you hear that sad, shaking sigh again.
Just starts looking around.
You kind of look between the crowd that is passing here, and up ahead of you, kind of where a couple of the streets meet and start to peter off into different directions, you can see, still walking slowly, just sort of meandering, just barely a glimpse underneath the dark cloak, you see that near paper white pale face and the drips of what you assume maybe to be mascara, as that person kind of looks and then just kind of continues walking forward.
As they're walking, she's gonna tap Erithar on the shoulder and point them out to him. I saw them walking around the city last night. I don't think anybody else noticed them.
It's a bit unusual, but I think as long as it's not pointed our way, perhaps we should mind our own business for now. It is a bit odd. And definitely something to keep our eye on.
Obviously, I'm not going to make a stink about it, but I just felt a little weird.
It's a little off-putting. Are they just standing in one place, or are they like moving?
They're like really slowly walking, as if they're just kind of wandering, not really with a direction. As Dodie kind of points this out, though, you look up and look over, and it's as if literally no one else sees them.
I think we handle the situation for now, and if we see them again, we probably should approach. It really, genuinely is like no one else notices them.
I just, first of all, wanted to make sure you could see them, and also just wanted you to be aware.
Oh, I appreciate it.
Yeah. Did you see that hot dog seller a little ways back?
I did.
Weird to the crowd.
I did. I think that was someone that everyone could see. That was, there were definitely a good amount of people staring, and some people even stepping to avoid.
I have a really important question.
What's that?
Have you ever eaten a hot dog in your life?
No. I really cannot say I have.
That is the answer I expected. Thank you.
This is not going to end up the way that the circus peanuts.
No, absolutely not. I'm not going to buy any food in this place.
It's probably wise.
You all continue walking further. Merrick starts to lead you up towards where this main corner seems to be. And as you walk up, you all start to seem to approach behind this person as they meander and wander through this crowd. And as Merrick starts to turn down this side street, kind of veering off to the right, you watch as this, Dodie especially, Erithar now that it's been pointed out to you, you watch as this person seems to just kind of wander into the middle of the street where everybody's walking by, and nobody seems to really pay attention to that. And as Merrick walks forward, you watch as Merrick is like looking around at the different streets and kind of taking account of the different signs that he's passing, and fully bumps into this person as he's walking. The cloak around this person kind of swishing slightly as their face turns towards the rest of you. Gore, make a perception check for me.
Zooey mama. Rolling good. 17.
17. As Merrick's is suddenly kind of like bumped out of the way, nearly falling over, you look up as Dodie and Erithar seem to freeze slightly, as you notice for the first time this person. As they turn to see you as they've been, shoved slightly, they make eye contact with the three of you. And you look at their soft, round, paper white face and the streaks of black down from their eyes and their pitch black irises. As they look at you, seemingly almost as if they've been sobbing this entire time, and also as if there's a little bit of amazement that you're looking at them. Their mouth drops open slightly as they seem to, suck in air, and it almost seems to make this whirring noise as they step back and begin to run off from the rest of you. They duck down an alleyway and start to run off to the side, and as you watch this flurry of motion start to happen, you watch as another figure starts to gain up behind this cloaked individual. Suddenly rushing out past Merrick's again, who almost gets bumped out of the way for a second time, you watch as instead this deep teal-colored cloak just flashes by your eyes and begins to chase this other white-faced individual down this alleyway.
Motherfucker.
I mean, is it still none of our business?
What'd you say, Tyler?
I just said motherfucker out loud. That wasn't Gore.
Merrick picks himself up from the cobblestone. I actually think that might have...
God damn it. And Gore starts running.
Follow-up, yeah.
Oh my god.
You begin to chase down this alleyway, veering off suddenly from the main street, jumping over a couple of the puddles that kind of block your way, and chasing down after these two flashes of dark color down past these stone walls. Could I get... What kind of check do I want this to be? I would like an investigation check from someone, and dexterity checks from everybody else.
I'll take dex.
Yeah, that's... Oh, that's bad.
That's an 18. It's an 18.
For...
Investigation.
Okay. And dex checks. Oh, I need to roll for Sophiel, don't I?
That's a 26.
Nice.
That's a 9.
Nice. And Sophiel's fine. As you start to run down this alleyway, veering off to the side, jumping over these puddles, Dodie, your foot falls directly in the middle of a very large puddle, and you can feel the water seep into your boot. Erithar, you start to run up towards the front, trying to keep track of which direction these people have gone, as you notice very quickly that this side alley splits off into probably 5 other side alleys, and seems to trail off and go up over a building and down below a building, and you start to look around, keeping track of where they might have gone. As you look down, kind of like the third off to your left, you watch as the last little tail of dark teal disappears behind a corner, and you start to rush off that way. Mm-hmm. Running, you start to hear Merrick's slowly starting to catch up behind you, running as fast as his little pony legs will carry him. He's starting to pick up speed, and he's catching up pretty easily once he puts the effort in, but it takes him a second to kind of get into gear, one might say. You take off after this pair, and eventually start to trail down this side alley between these two extremely large buildings that trail all the way up to the ceiling of this cave. And you watch as the kind of still cobblestone alley in front of you starts to veer up over the side of a different building. You watch as there is a flash of movement that up over this building, over this little bridge of road, as you watch that teal cloak disappear again. As well, you start to catch just the barest sight of what appears to maybe be a tail that disappears as well. You continue running and running and running. Dodie, as you start to get to this hill, you do slip on one of the stones and smack your knee against a cobblestone that's kind of protruding out a little bit, and fuck, that's gonna leave a bruise, but you pick yourself up and keep running. Merrick's actually at one point passing you as he just trots up this hill, just extremely fucking fast for how tiny he is, as he's still looking around and looks back at you as he passes like he has no clue what's happening. You all continue on a bit further, and eventually you start to kind of reach the peak of this hill and down over the back, where you see it kind of levels out into what almost appears to be a dead end, until you see the cave-in of stone directly next to it. You watch from a distance as the figure in the teal cloak stops and begins to start to peer down into whatever is below this cave-in of cobblestone. Eventually you start to catch up, some of you a little more out of breath than others, as you stop and walk up behind this cloaked figure. All images of this first initial figure that you saw that Merrick's bumped into is completely gone, and you're guessing has disappeared down whatever this hole is. As you start to approach as well, you can hear the sound of rushing water, quite loud, coming from beneath this cave-in. Merrick's kind of steps up, huffing slightly as he's... Excuse me! Sorry to bother you. It's more exercise than I've gotten in a while. These were the people that I was telling you about, as you watch this cloaked figure start to turn. Your eyes seem to, for a moment, kind of jump between different features. The furred face, the short, snaggle-toothed snout, the large black and yellow eyes, and scrappy mane of dark hair that's braided and beaded next to large, spotted ears. They stand back suddenly, now seeing the rest of you, as you realize that all of you except for Merrick's in your party stand over them slightly. Which is a bit odd as you all put the pieces together and realize that under this dark teal hood is a very scrappy, pretty short gnoll. Dodie, you know that gnolls are native to the continent, but you haven't really ever met one, considering the air around them. You do know, however, that they tend to be over 7 feet tall. And this gnoll is standing probably about 5'11". As they turn and look at the three of you. And then back towards Merrick's and Saphael, who is just now rounding the corner, looking about as confused as everybody else. Their eyes scan over Dodie and Erithar, and then finally land on Gore. Gore, you definitely recognize this person.
Yeah, yep.
Holy shit!
What the fuck? What? Get over here! He immediately runs at them.
This gnoll then just takes basically a running leap and just bear hugs onto Gore. I totally did not expect you to be here.
What are you doing here? What do you mean, what am I doing here?
Well, I mean, I don't know, I mean, you've been probably a lot of places.
Well, yeah.
I'm gonna get down now.
Yeah, okay.
This is... Holy shit.
Well, how you been?
Pretty good. Pretty good, you know. Couple different places. Came up here for a while. Got caught up with that. And points towards the cave-in, where you can now see there is what probably is like a large water pipe that has been broken in underneath the city that is rushing with water.
Yeah, what the hell is that?
So, if you're talking about the person, used to be a doppelganger. Not so much anymore. Well, I guess still is, but just like a really, really sick doppelganger.
Yeah, I'm gonna act like I know what that is.
Yeah, that's fair.
So, are you here for that, or are you here for, like, other stuff?
A couple different things. While I was in the city, I found out about that. Points back towards the ginormous hole in the ground. Found out about that, and thought I'd lend a hand.
Okay. Well, what's got you here on business?
They look back towards Merrick's.
Yeah. Okay. So you have the rock.
If you could call it a rock, yeah. Sorry,
Okay.
should I introduce myself?
Yeah. Kind of gestures to the others.
Erica's been standing there looking in between Gore and this person and then back to Dodie the entire time.
Jody grabbed onto this, like, when this person jumped into Gore's arms, she fully, like, grabbed Arethar's sleeve and has just slowly been letting go.
Yeah, this is Dodie. This is Arethar.
This is Raphael.
Sapphire
Oh yeah, it's Raphael.
He's so quiet.
My name's Oldet.
Spell that.
Oldet.
Thank you.
Well, we're just kind of standing in an alleyway now, cause I can't go down there, cause it's not a good spot.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like one.
Yeah, you know, like I think I'm a pretty good swimmer, but I'm not that good of a swimmer.
They kind of look back over at Gore, like, what?
Yeah, we have some things to talk to you about. Probably shouldn't do it in an alleyway with a hole.
Probably not a good idea.
Erethar's already started turning and walking back to where we're from.
Yeah, I'm sure you got like a good place to eat or something. I'm starving.
Yeah, you know, I've been staying at this tavern over here. They don't really look a lot. A bit easier Yeah. And they start to kind of lead the way. The rest of you start to trail behind Oldette as they pull their hood up again. I'm gonna put their pit crew in the...
Yes.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
Alright. Oh my god!
Oh, I love them.
Yeah, there they are.
Oh, beautiful. I love them very much.
You start to trail behind Gore and Oldette as they begin to lead you back into the city. The journey is actually a lot shorter now that you're not chasing after this random used-to-be doppelganger. And eventually the alleyway opens up into one of the main roads. And you can see ahead of you is a very simple-looking tavern that looks like to be mostly made out of this large patio with a small building to the back. The bar itself actually attached to the front of the building, as if the only inside part of the tavern are the rooms behind it. There are a couple trees planted around this patio, though they are completely bare as there is no sunlight down here, except for in the few couple spots where there are kind of sunroof type lights in between buildings above. But Oldette walks through the little gate out front and off into one of the back corners of this little patio area where there are some tables kind of out of the way. And they go and they sit down. As they do, they turn to Merrick's. You were trying to get out of town, right? As Merrick's is like, yes. If this seems plenty good. I'm gonna go.
Absolutely. You do
Best
that.
of luck, Merrick's.
All right.
On your way back to Struction, I would avoid passing through the capital.
From what I've heard, that's a good idea. All right. Bye. And he just pulls his hood up and scutters off. And you are left alone with Oldette, who sits down and kind of looks around a little bit and takes their hood off. It's nice to meet you guys.
Contrary. The Capuchon in your possession. My business is that I would like to know where it's going and go with whoever's taking it somewhere and see that it ends up safe. I was under the... That seems to be maybe a different situation, but I also understand from Mr. Merrick's that you have you're more knowledgeable about what it is capable of versus its origins and stuff, and he doesn't say and stuff, but etc. I'm pretty knowledgeable about its capabilities, unless this one varies. But I still would like to know everything that you've accumulated about this particular artifact, and I also need to see and know where it is going.
Okay. I have it here. And they reach into their bag and pull out this, suede drawstring bag that has all of these, ink markings along the outside of it, in various different patterns, in various different colors of ink. I have it here. Because I'm keeping it on my person. until I can figure out a place for it to be that won't create a mess.
Yes, that's the other thing. I know Mr. Gore had business with it as well. That's his place to say. But that's originally who I was. But it's, if you want to, we can sort all of that out in a moment. If you just want to tell me what you know about it first.
Okay.
They kind of look over towards Gore a little bit questioning, and look back towards you.
Well, Merrick's was right in that it did come down. It crashed in a storm. The size was comparable to a Periorc storm, but the effects that it had were different. Mostly on the effects of the plants, which is not so normal for a Periorc storm as of recent years. In the past, Periorc had dealt with more environmental factors of Yoon, on occasion in collaboration with certain groups. So, assuming that if it was sent down from Periorc, it's either a relic of the past that has recently resurfaced, or it's meant for someone in particular. It creates overgrowth. It makes all the flora and fauna around it become massively invigorated. So I keep it wrapped up in this so it doesn't make a trail everywhere that I go.
That's smart.
Here, and they start to open the bag. If we have it open for a moment, it's fine.
And they pull out this item that you're kind of seeing for the first time now. It's about a softball-sized piece of what almost looks to be a meteorite. Its surface is very metallic, and for a second it almost looks like a hunk of, platinum. But the more you stare at it, the more it has, gem-like qualities to it. Though mostly it appears to be very metallic. They kind of hold it out in their clawed hands towards the rest of you.
So, another thing that's I find kind of interesting about it is,
And they kind of shake it a little bit, and you hear what sounds like a marble dinging around on the inside. They look back at one of the trees that is near you, and you can already see a couple leaves starting to sprout up on the tree, and they're like,
I'm gonna put this away.
and they tie it back up.
Does that answer your question?
That answers my questions, yes. He kind of looks over at Gore. He had different business. I don't really want to speak for him, so...
Okay.
Yeah, so how'd you learn about this thing?
Well, I mean, giant, maybe Periorc storm. Kinda had my name written on it.
I guess that's fair.
I'm sorry. Where did you say you don't know where you're taking it? You're just going off to find somewhere for it, correct?
Yeah.
Right. Because we've. Can I? Gore is Gore looking at Arathar at all? To like, is there like a look of like, don't say anything? He's kind
Gore,
of looking.
Gore is actively doing what I'm doing right now.
I originally I've had prior experience with an artifact of not this exact nature, a very different nature, but my questions about that artifact led me to this one, and now that I know there's another one like it, I would like to also see that it's in a safe place, and that led me to Mr. Gore here, who was looking for something of the same caliber, and I don't know what his entire situation. I don't know if it's with this specific one. I don't know. That's why I'm.
They do lean over to Gore. Since when are you a mister?
Huh?
I don't think I've ever heard anyone call you Mr. Gore.
It's really weird. I've just gotten used to it. I kind of zoned it out. I'm not gonna lie.
Respectful is what it is, but.
Well, I mean, one of the places that I could take it would be back.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm doing right now. This is very strange.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't want to say anything that's not what I should say.
I was going to ask, would you like me and Doty to leave? Because if this is a private conversation, we could leave.
Yes.
All right.
Do you want us to go
Just go
find
away.
somewhere? Do you want to meet us back at the tavern, or do you want us to stick around?
We're just going to.
Just for a moment. Just for a moment.
There's a hot
Out of
dog
earshot.
stand a couple roads away.
Y'all should go check out the hot dog stand. Bring me back some.
By the time we come back, I just need to know where it's going to go. That's all. See you in a moment.
There may be an answer to that when you get back.
All right, and stands up and kind of gestures to Raphael that we're leaving as well.
You guys stand up and begin to make your way back down onto one of the main streets, starting to try to figure out your way back the way that you came. It's a little bit harder to keep track of everything down here as everything starts to blend together underneath the shadow of the Overcity. But you start to make your way back towards wherever you need to go. Raphael does lean over to you, Doty, at a certain point and goes, "This has gotten so much more interesting."
I was just having a normal day at the office, I swear to the gods.
Everything seems very complicated.
That stupid pony man.
I do, however, feel like maybe I'm starting to get the hang of being in crowds of people.
You're doing a great job. Let's get you a hot dog.
I'm actually quite excited for a hot dog. I want to talk to that dwarf man.
I think you should. I think it's a great practice and social interaction for you.
You guys continue on. Back at the ranch.
Let's wait till Gale gets back.
Yeah. I'm gonna chug some water real quick. I love Oldette, but that voice on top of being sick is...
It's not good for you.
I love their stupid little laugh. They're a hyena. They gotta chuckle.
I made this real bad all of a sudden. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. You guys have run off to get hot dogs. Gore, you are left with Oldet now sitting alone at this tavern in the in the grotto underneath Srenmore. So Oldet kind of watches them leave and then turns back looking at you like, dude, what the fuck? So I'm guessing the situation's a little complicated?
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Okay, well, first, can I ask if you've been doing okay?
Oh, I'm not doing okay right now, but I've been alright.
Okay.
As you can see, flexes. Phenomenal. How have you been?
You know, busy recently. Traveling more.
Okay. How's everybody doing?
Back home?
Yeah.
Pretty good. There's been a couple changes with some of the other temples. Have you been back at all?
I haven't even heard a word.
Oh. Why, it's a lot like normal. There were a couple storms that really did us in. Some of the there was some stuff that had to be fixed at a certain point, but you know, I don't really know what to say. I don't really remember how much you've missed.
Yeah. Did Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've been traveling a lot too. Sort of, I guess. We did. Kinda looks back. We did just kill a king.
Like a real king?
It was... Yes. Wasn't me, though.
Oh, like the king?
Yeah, that one.
Oh, yeah, I heard that happened.
Apparently he was a scumbag.
Well, yeah.
So...
Well, hell
yeah,
yeah.
that was us.
That's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Are you like an assassin now, or like what?
No. Not an assassin.
Because I would imagine that it would be an assassin.
Not an assassin. Do you really think we should bring this back home?
I don't really know where else it's supposed to go.
Yeah.
I don't
either.
think it's meant to be at home, which is why I'm kind of hesitant to bring it there. Because, like I was saying to your colleague, I'm guessing it's has a purpose. I just don't know where. I haven't heard from anybody so far that someone's missing one of these. I have some ideas of where it could go, but it's speculation. I don't really want to bring it home unless I have to, because I don't know how much your friend knows about this one in particular, but this can be pretty dangerous.
Yeah. No offense to them, but we probably don't want to bring it near the Lawbringers.
Yeah, I'm more worried about the governments. I mean, honestly, to me, it's really great news that the king is dead. But that's probably more personal opinion. And maybe that's a bit mean. I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't really know the guy, so it's alright.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I mean, you know what I mean.
I'm gonna be in really deep shit if we don't bring that orb where I need to bring it.
Why?
Well, I don't know. Been working for some shady people.
Why do they want it?
Just business.
It's not a very good answer.
Well, that's all they tell me. They usually just sell it most of the time.
Yeah, but like, sell it to who?
I don't know, I don't ask questions.
It feels kind of counterproductive.
Well, yeah, it... Yeah.
Like, I don't know what your goals are right now. I mean, I haven't seen you in a while. I kind of have maybe an idea of what you're trying to go for. But
It was the only thing that came up when I left. And I've just stuck to it ever since.
normally I'm all for, like, you know, like, gung-ho, do whatever. But this is kind of particular. Not to be a dick, but, you know, like, also kind of finders keepers.
God, you...
Like, I'm not trying to cause problems for you or anything.
Yeah, I know.
Because, like, I'm willing to help you out any way that I can.
You would not. You would not.
You're kind of freaking me out.
Sorry, I've just... Okay. Where do you think this thing needs to go?
Off the continent. It needs to go west, if I'm correct.
Like to where?
I don't know your friends. I'm kind of getting the idea that maybe you don't tell them a lot, so I feel like I can tell you this because it's like I trust you with it. But there's some islands that I kind of have the inclination that maybe could use this.
And it's to the west.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gore, make a check for me.
$15.
15.
Number 15.
Amusement. Kind of that surprised, sort of pleased type amusement.
Okay. Okay. Do you know how we could get there?
Boat?
Yeah. Okay. I'm throwing everything I've worked for this fucking rock. Okay. I can help you get it there.
Okay.
I have to warn you, though. We'll be on open water. And by letting you take this, I'm putting a bounty on my head.
Would you mind specifying a bounty from who?
You're not gonna like it.
Gore, if I'm being honest, I'm not really liking a lot of what you're saying.
Yeah. Captain Snakefang.
Snakefang.
Yeah.
Snakefang.
Yep.
Snakefang.
Yep.
You work for Snakefang?
Yep. Not anymore. As of right now.
You worked for Snakefang?
Yeah, I know.
Dude, Tanbag would kill you.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. What was I supposed to do?
Probably not that.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. And now I'm fucked, but it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Okay. But look at that, we're reunited. That's...
Yeah. Dude, this is crazy.
Yeah. How the hell are we gonna run into each other here?
I know it's kind of wild, right? Well, I guess if we're
It is
both
pretty
going
crazy.
after something Perry-Orc related, I guess it makes a little bit more sense.
Yeah, I can never fucking get away.
I'm glad you're
I guess
alive,
it always comes
though.
back. Yeah. Me too. Also glad you're alive.
Feel like there was slightly less of a chance of me being dead than you being dead.
That is a fair assessment.
Although I guess with traveling, I am kind of putting myself out there.
Mm-hmm.
Your friends are chill,
Well,
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're alright. I have one more question before I bring them back.
Okay.
Did she get it?
What?
Never mind. He gets up,
Okay.
kind of walks over to the hot dog stand to go grab them.
You get up and start to walk back towards the corner where you can kind of see down the street further. While this has been happening, Dodie, Erithar, and Saphael, you have walked up to the hot dog stand. Saphael immediately started talking to the hot dog man, and just started chatting him up. Really, they sparked up a conversation. They were talking for a while. It's honestly really surprising how easily Saphael just went into that conversation. But he was asking questions about the hot dogs. At a certain point, the hot dog man just started making up a couple hot dogs and handing them out towards you guys without even breaking conversation with Saphael. Not even looking at the two of you, just putting hot dogs into your hands.
Go on.
Before eventually, Erithar, you start to hear Gore just basically yell, "Hey!" down the road, and you turn, you see Gore waving you back.
He hands the hot dog of his to Dodie and then just walks towards Gore and Olette.
Sapphire, it's time to go.
Alright, thank you for the hot dogs.
Yeah, come on back anytime.
You are a very fun fellow. Alright. Sapphire turns and starts to follow the rest of you. Hot dogs in hands. You walk back and meet up with Gore.
She holds the spare hot dog out to him. Do you want this, or do you want to watch Erithar eat it?
He grabs it and just tosses it in his mouth. Okay, now sit down.
You go and sit down at the table where Oldet is.
What's the verdict here?
Change your plans. We're going west.
Okay. West as in...
Gestures over to old dad.
As is on the water?
Oh, are we leaving the continent?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Love it.
Brilliant. 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 A compromise. A compromise. This is fantastic. Can I ask the details of maybe who you're bringing it to, or is it just a wait and see type of situation? Because that's what his situation was, and I was just going with it.
I think maybe it's supposed to go to this place. Beyond that, not really a lot of details.
Details that you don't know, or details that you just don't feel comfortable divulging with me personally because you don't know me.
Yes.
I'll just take it. I'll take it. The question that I have is, where are we going to get off of the continent? Are we just going to continue going? I assume we're going to go west to a more southern or western port town instead of where we were going originally.
Port Paith?
Sure. Is that the closest one?
That
I
is
mean,
what
we're
makes
probably
sense to me.
equal distance from the two ports right now, but Port Paith is definitely the closest west and the biggest.
That will work the best then.
So we'll sweep the bottom of the Lacklands and the mountains and just keep going? That works for me.
We should probably, if we should probably act like it's a timely thing, get a horse and cart before we leave. If that's how we're going to travel, unless there's a lot of wizards here, someone could just get us there, but that seems a little too good to be true. I do need to go back to that shop we were in earlier. I was going to ask while I was doing that if both of you could go ask about exchanging the ruby for a diamond, while I go back to speak with them, but I can ask them if they're able to get us there.
The worms?
Yes, them. I don't know what to call them.
I think their names are Mr. and Mrs. Worm, so...
I don't... But if not, if we just want to get going, that's fine.
I mean, if
But
we
you still
can
need
tell,
to-
that's my vote.
I would rather do that, but I'm not going to get my hopes up too high for really anything. But, because I'm just going to take this win. Mr. Gore, is there anything else you need to do before we leave, or...
No.
I do kind of need to finish something.
Well, do you want us to meet you back here by the end of the day, or tomorrow? When do you know how long it will take, the thing that you need to do?
I gotta find that thing.
Oh, I can help you with that.
Okay.
I hate shopping, it's boring.
Okay. I just gotta get that, 'cause that's not really safe to have running around.
Makes sense. So we'll go back to the Magi, whatever the fuck it's called, and I guess we'll head back to the tavern when we're finished, and we'll see you when we see you.
Couldn't
Yeah,
you
we'll just
possibly
meet you
head
back
back
in the
here?
We'll head back here.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Or-
And pay for the tavern stuff. You can use the stash.
Thank you. I will.
Your generosity knows no bounds.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Borrow from me though, and there will be interest.
So we've heard.
All day, you're never gonna believe this. Leans over. I'm rich now.
Like, how rich?
Like, this worm gave me 16,000 gold pieces.
Odette grabs you by the front of your shirt. That's so much fucking gold.
I know, right?
Would keep your voice down about this in this neighborhood.
Preferable.
That's fair.
I'm rich.
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess you guys can meet us back here, right?
Absolutely.
All
Sounds
right.
good.
Yeah, we gotta go try to find a really sick doppelganger. So,
Out of curiosity, what are you going to do when you find it?
well, it used to, kind of, I guess, be employed. So I'm either gonna try to return it to the Cromthiers, or it's gotta stop doing what it's doing. Cause it's not what it used to be. And there's no way to turn it back. So it's really destructive, basically.
Okay. Have fun.
All right. They get up and they put the bag with the cabochon in it away. And they stand up and wait for Gore to kind of start to follow them.
Or we'll get up.
I believe this is probably a good spot to take a break if we would like to.
I agree.
So,
Yeah.
I am going to put it over to the break screen and we will be back soon.
What is that?
It's an
What
old
is that?
There we go. Where did my map go? There it is. Okay.
Your butt.
It just blacked out for a second. Alright, and back.
Sorry.
I love how I could hear it in this ear early, and then I heard it in this ear.
Incredible.
Alright, well. Jumping right back into it, yes?
Yes.
Gore has stayed back with Oldet to start looking around the grotto to see what the fuck the deal is with that used to be doppelganger. While Dodi, Saphael, and Erithar have begun to make their way back out into the upper part of the city and over back towards the Magi Botanica. You guys are walking for quite a bit as you're having to walk back across the city. Getting back out into the sunlight is a little bit jarring at first because your eyes had adjusted to the low lamplight of the grotto, but you begin to make your way across town. Now a little bit more familiar with where you're going and how to get over there. By this point, it has gotten into like mid-afternoon, so all of the streets have picked up quite a bit, even more so from where they were earlier, with the amounts of people rushing about shopping. And at a certain point you do see off in the distance, kind of like up on one of the buildings, what looks to be like a sign for a theater, but like the theater looks to be like 5 buildings up. It's a strange set of circumstances, but you continue on forward anyway, eventually making your way over to where Hawk and Barter becomes the Magi Botanica, and you're met with a familiar set of streets. I believe Dodi and Saphael were going to split off from Erithar. Is that what the plan was?
I don't think there was necessarily a plan to split off, just he needs to go talk about the gems, and she needs to pick up her weapon.
True. So, you have
Does
now...
that sound correct?
I think so. I think
Yeah.
something along the lines.
Yeah. It's fine.
So,
Ask about teleport.
you have reached the Magi Botanica, now standing in one of the many streets, kind of between these buildings that are a little bit more on level than the rest of the city, easy to pass between. You can see where Elder Worm Emporium for the Fanciful is off to one side, and where the Myth of Smith is just down the street a little bit as well. So, you're both able to go where you need to go.
He's gonna look over at Dodi. I am going to ask the worms about teleportation. Afterwards, I'll probably go ask about component swapping. Doesn't Gore have the fucking ruby on him?
I'm assuming you took it when you left because you mentioned something about it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. Unless Tyler, he wouldn't give it up. Then that's understandable if he wouldn't.
He probably would have given it, knowing
Okay.
that Erithar was going to swap it out. But he will say, he would have mentioned that then it was his. When it gets swapped.
Alright. Noted. But then after that, I'm going to go ask about the swapping the components. I'll just be a moment.
Okay.
So.
I've still got Jim to kill.
Alright, do you have to go pick up your weapon now, or is that later?
I have no idea what time of day it is.
It's like late afternoon.
I'll give him another hour to finish.
Then was the component store pointed out to him? Like, did someone
It was mentioned
noticeable?
that it was further down the street, I believe.
Okay. if the two of you don't mind waiting out here for just a moment.
No problem.
He's gonna go into the fucking worm emporium.
Just stands there. They start playing. What is it? Sticks.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
No, but you walk inside. A now familiar sight. The place packed with stuff. No one else is looking around in here. It's completely empty aside from you, as it looks like. While Dodie and Saphael wait outside. Saphael kind of walks off to the side underneath one of the street lamps and just kind of leans against the building a little bit to kind of people watch as you guys wait. But Aerithar, you walk in and the site is basically empty, as you expect it to be, honestly.
He's gonna go up and hit the bell.
Mm-hmm. You ring the bell and start to look around, kind of steeling yourself for a moment, wondering which one is going to pop up before your vision, because it's going to be one of them. You kind of keep every once in a while glancing like over the counter, and after a couple of seconds, the curtain starts to open and emerging slowly. Oh, hello! Good to see you again.
Yes, likewise. I came back to ask you, 2 more questions. One is a question, one is a favor. Are you yourself and your husband, are you all wizards? Or are you of a different sort of area? What's your what's...
Well, magic is magic.
Can you do teleportation circles? Can you make those?
I believe we have a scroll. We don't have any circles within the shop. Not a lot of space, considering.
Understand. Is the circle in the shop, is that for a specific place, or is that just for anywhere?
No, we don't have a circle in the shop.
No, the scroll. The scroll. So sorry.
I believe you set your own destination. Just cast the spell.
Okay. Put that on hold. Also, how much is that?
Let me go look. I don't remember. I don't have it pulled up. Teleportation scroll.
Old music.
She just pops up in front of your face again. It was about 5,000.
You know, I think it's not my money. So, and if I give you I'll have to pay interest, and he'll remember.
Yeah.
He seems like he'd remember. He'd probably bring it up every day. Putting that aside, how? I want to ask you more about your origin as like a follow-up sort of query. I don't mean to be rude, but how many planes have you been to?
A handful.
Do you know you own a shop here, as you know, but you seem very knowledgeable in magical items and artifacts in some way, and so I was hoping that you would be able to help me with something. Maybe you'll have some information that other people haven't been able to give me. On 2 conditions. One, I was never here. You never spoke to me. You never saw me. I have never been in this store in this city, ever.
But I don't even know your name.
No. Yes, but just in general. And I probably won't tell you. I definitely won't tell you. But the second is, I want you to look at something, but I want you to look at it as quickly as you can. Just if you can go grab any tools you need to look at something, and I show it to you, and you look at it very, very quickly, and then it's done. Is that possible?
I don't see why not.
Okay. Alright. Do you want me to wait while you get what you need to do?
She just disappears.
He's gonna wait till she's back.
Yep. After a brief moment, you hear clanging around behind the curtain. The sound of something crashing against something. The sound of her husband definitely squawking somewhere behind that. And then her just emerging from the curtain. Like a basket of things held in her mouth as she sets it down on the counter. I believe I'm ready. I've got everything that I might need.
Okay, alright. He's gonna reach into his bag and pull out the closed black box. And he's gonna set it in front of her, and he's gonna open it. He's not gonna take it out, he's just gonna open it.
Okay. You open it, and she immediately, starts staring at it. You watch as she gets, as close to the box as possible, basically putting her eyes into the opening of the box and just staring through it. You're not entirely sure how she can see anything like that, because it's got to be dark in the box by that point. But she's just staring into it as she lifts up, basically knocks the basket over so that all of the tools go flying across the glass counter, slams her face down onto the little magnifying glass so it sticks to her eye, and immediately looks at the item again. Just... staring down into it for a moment. Before she eventually pulls back and flicks her head so that the magnifying glass flies off of her face and lands in the basket perfectly, and then just kind of nods to herself.
He closes it whenever she's not looking at it.
Yeah. Interesting.
I was hoping you could tell me a bit about possibly its origins. That's the bit I'm sort of stuck on. And I've never really met anyone with your sort of knowledge from a different plane that's visited multiple planes, and I know that it's planar. So that's why I don't normally bring it out for people.
Yes. It's definitely planar. You're definitely correct on that point. It appears to be more of the outer planes. Definitely not one of the elemental, for sure.
What are the outer planes in your universe again? I'm so sorry.
So you have the material plane, then the Feywild and the Shadowfell kind of around it, and then you've got the 4 elemental planes, and those are considered the inner planes. So then the ethereal, the astral, the celestial, and the far realm are the outer planes.
Okay. You don't have a particular inkling as to which one, or is that...
Oh, but it's definitely not the far realm. And it doesn't seem particularly celestial in any nature. So probably one of the other 2.
Right. Right. Anything else that you noticed that was particularly out of the ordinary? And if not, that's all right, and I can be on my way.
Well, that's quite a lot of magic.
Yes.
It's unfiltered too. Very interesting.
He's slowly starting to put the lid down and put it back in its bag. Thank you for your help.
Of course.
He's gonna kind of nod, and she's backing away. he's gonna turn and leave.
She just disappears behind the curtain.
Interesting.
While this has been happening, Dodie, you've been standing outside with Saphael, who has mostly just been people watching by this point. Just kind of looking around. He does kind of point out a couple interesting things that he notices to you, like one of the kind of windmill type things at the top of one of the buildings. There's like a rat hanging onto one of them, and it's getting swung around. So he points that out, and a couple different things.
You are really taking it all in, huh?
It's much easier now to see everything.
That makes sense.
It's also, the everything about the place that we're at is very overwhelming, but being able to hear what I heard when I was a child is also strange.
How do you mean?
Well, when I was in the Shadowfell, I couldn't hear the music like I do now. I don't know if you have something similar, but it's different now. It's like it's more connected. It's not as asynchronous. Like, here, listen. And he kind of quiets himself for a moment and kind of closes his eyes a little bit and points out. And you start to hear all of the sounds of the city. All of the sounds of the people rushing by and the footfalls and the people yelling and laughing and the music in the distance. And then he kind of stops and he points, and you hear the creak of that windmill type structure above you. And you hear it creak, and you hear the tone of it shift slightly, as if every other creak is a different note. And after a minute, it starts to sound a little bit like a song. And then he kind of stands up and he stands a little bit to the side, and he kind of tilts his head a little bit, kind of motioning for you to do the same. And as a crowd passes and a cart goes by, just one of the little wheelbarrow type ones that somebody pushes, you hear the sounds of the footfalls and the sound of the man pushing it kind of humming to himself. And with the crowd around it, it all starts to sound melodic. Kind of weaving between all of these moments, there's just little bits of music.
I can't say that I've ever noticed before. I also can't say I've ever really had a particular affinity for music. Obviously, that's your half, not mine. It is beautiful, though.
It feels less, overwhelming.
Yeah.
In the Shadowfell, the things I could hear everything.
Right.
So all of the terrible sounds just sounded worse.
Yeah. Obviously, it's not nearly to the same extent. I don't think I've really felt connected to the world for a very long time. And I guess I've always attributed it to being so caught up constantly thinking about my dreams and not having time to focus on anything else, but I know that we're, on the run. But, I know you know what this feels like, but it's like for the first time in my life I'm excited to live. And I want to do it for me and for you, and not just because it would be too ungrateful to my parents if I killed myself.
Yeah.
Is that insane to say?
I don't think so. I think I've spent so long not feeling alive that I'm really understanding what it means for the first time.
Yeah.
When everything is cold and dark around you, it just kind of all feels like stillness.
Yeah.
Stagnancy.
Yeah. I like it.
It's
I like it a
definitely
lot.
refreshing.
Yeah, it's a new take. You're okay? Still just tagging along?
Yeah. I think sooner or later those little melodies are going to start to sound like something, but for now I'm just enjoying being able to hear them.
Yeah. Me too.
You two go back to people watching for a little bit longer. At a certain point, that rat falls off the windmill type thing, and you watch it like ricochet between buildings and fall to the ground, and then jump up, completely fine, and skitter back down an alleyway. About this time, Erithar, you leave the shop.
Yeah. He walks over to them. There was a scroll of teleportation, but it was 3,000 gold. So, that's Gore's money, and
You don't pay the interest?
I will owe him interest, and I managed to convince him for the sending stone that it was for the group. When we all part ways, I will be keeping it. But I don't owe him interest for that. He never told me that, so it's fine. So I don't want him to be low another 3,000 gold. So, unsuccessful, but we can get a horse and cart on the way out. It will probably be cheaper.
Yeah.
6,000 for the horse. It's a horse made out of solid gold.
This horse can read minds.
I'm pretty sure Sponge could also read minds.
Have you ever been to Port Paith? Do you know if there's anywhere that possibly we can trade the component somewhere there instead of going and doing it? If we should just head back to the tavern? I don't know. I've never been there, so.
I have never been anywhere except for Ziam, Zurhem, and the space in between, and I don't think he's ever left Zurhem before.
No, it's I knew his answer.
This is the farthest north I've ever been, except for when we were in the fjords.
I would say we could wait until we're in Port Paith to see if we could trade, but I don't know if we're going to find any place better than here. So I'm going to go down the street and look for the component shop and see if the trade will work, and if it does, if not, it doesn't matter, we'll just head back. he's gonna start walking that way.
And I.
It would be unfortunate. He continues.
You walk down the street, seeing a couple different shops, not really paying attention to the names or anything, more just paying attention to what's inside. And you do eventually come across one that seems to be just basically, you know those large cabinets with all the little drawers? They're all like little box drawers and they all have little pull tabs. You look through a window and see one shop that is basically probably about how big this room is that I'm currently in, just floor to ceiling of those little boxes.
Is there?
That seems probably like your best bet. Beyond that, it looks like there is a counter with an older woman behind it that you can't see much through the window.
Okay, he'll go in there.
You walk in, and you see there's a older dwarven woman sitting in a chair behind the counter, and she looks up at you as you enter. She's got thick, bright red hair pulled back in these super elaborate braided buns with streaks of gray going through it, and a little bit of like kind of mutton chops going on. As she kind of like looks up and she pushes her glasses up her nose as she stares towards you. Can I help you with anything?
I'm looking to trade ruby for a diamond. Can you do that, or can you not do that?
I think we have some diamonds.
He pulls out the ruby and hands it to her.
It's quite
It's a very
hefty.
large ruby.
If one or two, whatever the amount of diamonds equate to the ruby, also great. But if just one, that's all right.
Let me see what we have. And she sets the gemstone down on the counter and gets off the chair and walks and starts to pull out some locked cupboard drawers beneath that. Hold on. Let's see. Sorry.
You're good.
After a minute, she pulls up a large case, like a flat velvet-lined case with a couple different diamonds set within it. She pulls it up and sets it down. With how big this stone is, we could trade if you just wanted equal trade. For these, you could either get this one large diamond, these about equitable, or these two smaller ones. Are you using them for any particular purpose?
Spells, revivify particularly, just in case. Does the small diamonds, I'm not super familiar with, I've never really had to use it. I hopefully won't have to use it. But I don't know, does it matter the size? Can I just get the two smaller ones? If so, that would be preferable.
I believe for Revivify, you could definitely use these two smaller ones.
I will take those then.
Because I believe the spell says diamonds worth at least 300 gold.
Yeah, it's not super.
Yeah. Yeah. You could definitely at least get these 2 smaller ones.
That's all right. That's fine.
Alright. Do you need them packaged up or anything?
No, thank you. I'll
All
just
right.
take them the way that they are. Thank you so much. And he turns and he fully leaves.
Yep. By this point, Dodie, are you going over to the Myth of Smith?
Yeah, I think so.
Arathar goes off to start making some gem trading. As you walk back over to the Myth of Smith, as Saphael still kind of just trails along, still taking in everything. The sun has started to get a little bit lower in the sky by this point. Not fully setting, but definitely creating more warm hues across the skyscape above you. You walk inside feeling the heat rolling off the kind of backsmithing area at the shop. As you step in and kind of off to the side, you can just see just the edge of Smith finishing up something with what looks like a very large rag. As you step in, again, the floorboards creak, and you hear him stop, setting something down and walking around, still, again, wiping his hands off on his apron as he turns and sees you and stops and's like, "Oh! Welcome back! One more moment, and it should be done."
Okay.
As he disappears back again, hair falling in front of his eyes again, as you still kind of wonder how he can see anything. But you wait there for a moment. Eventually, Arathar, you leave the shop and start to walk back down the road. You can see Saphael kind of standing in the doorway of the Myth of Smith. So you start to, I'm assuming, approach over there.
Mm-hmm. He'll wait next to Saphael.
After waiting a couple more minutes, Smith emerges, kind of wiping off the blade one more time. It is very, very shiny now, as he hands it back over to you. The enchantment should be on there pretty good now. And, I touched up the leather working around the bottom. It was a little bit loose, so I just stained it up and glued it down.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
I had some extra time.
Well, thank you again, and thank you for your expediency. Wow. Thank you.
Of course, if you need anything else enchanted, please just come on back.
I will keep that in mind. I'm sorry, I'm really curious before I go. What do your enchanted cookware do?
Oh, well, it depends on the type. I have some that are, have a heat enchantment on them, so they always cook evenly. And I've got some that have more of a protection enchantment. It keeps them from wearing out pretty fast, especially on the road. I've got a set, a tea set enchanted, that heats up its own water. On-the-go tea set, if you will. A couple different things. Though the heated one and the protective one are obviously the most popular.
That makes sense. Fascinating. Thank you so much for all your help and all your lovely insight.
Of course. Have a nice day.
You too. She's gonna walk outside.
Yes.
Is that a +1?
I believe that would be... Because you paid the 300, right?
Yeah.
Hold on. I believe that would be a +2.
I will take it and run with it.
Yeah. We'll do +2.
Thank you.
Because you're in Srenmore and it's easier to get a hold of. So, you walk back outside now with your freshly polished, enchanted, and mended axe.
Yeah.
And see Saphael and Erithor waiting for you.
She kind of holds it up. Look how shiny it is.
It is very
I
shiny.
promise the enchantment was not just to be shiny. It also hits harder now.
Seems very useful.
Productive.
Yeah, I think so. And plus, now it's magic. To all those times when we keep fighting things that are immune to non-magic weapons.
That's good. He did a couple of extra things for you then. That's good. That's good service. So
Sorry. And he did it all in a rush. Oh, gosh. If I'm ever allowed to safely come back to this continent, I will be recommending him to people.
surprised he's not busier, honestly.
Yeah.
But considering the populace of the city, but
Yeah.
on our way.
He had a self-heating tea set, if you're at all interested.
Another time. Another time. That's very
let's go.
handy.
You on the go.
You take off again, making your way back across the city, and while all of this has been happening, Gore and Uldette have been walking around the Blackview Grotto. Black Point Grotto? I don't remember. It's one of them. Taking a look out for this thing. Uldette leads you between some of the buildings, kind of checking down a couple different alleyways, and kind of just slowly making their way through this undercity, checking over the normal places that I guess they would expect it to be. Yeah, sorry, I'm pulling this up because I pulled up the other stuff. There we go. As they kind of also start to explain. Yeah, so it used to be a doppelganger. But when one gets, like, really, really sick, like a certain type of sickness, it can mutate through, like, a source of pain. And it kind of becomes more of, like, an animal. So this one was abandoned. Sorry. So it's even more dangerous like this because it doesn't have direction. So it just kind of destroys things. Just kind of unkempt chaos. It just kind of everything in its way if something sets it off.
Okay. We're just looking for a really sad person, right?
Yeah, so they'll be really, really pale, and they'll probably be crying, and it will be like black tears. And I think it's wearing a cloak, but if you get a look at its body, its limbs are more like spikes.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
Odette kind of keeps leading you around, walking between places. Every once in a while, you'll see another, like, smaller little cave-in of stones somewhere, and Odette will kind of, like, make note of it and kind of peer down into it to see around the area before standing back up and kind of leading you on a different way.
You know, it kind of seems like you're traveling with these people, but you don't really want to tell them anything. Am I getting that right?
I mean, yeah. Yeah.
Why? Do you not trust
I
them?
don't need to know. Not that I don't trust them. I just don't want to talk about it.
Not talking about what? Which part?
Any of it.
You just don't want to talk about a single thing?
Nope.
Like ever?
Nope. Not with them, at least.
Kinda sounds like you
It
don't
would-
like them.
They're alright. If I didn't like them, I wouldn't be traveling with them.
You're weird, man.
Well, yeah. It would just... They would ask me questions. I do not want to answer those questions.
I feel like some of them are easy questions to answer.
They are. They're just annoying.
So
Like- Like, we've had Periorc stuff come up. If I said anything, they would be on my ass and asking me question after question. And I don't want to deal with that.
I feel like those questions are pretty easy to answer.
They're very easy to answer. I just don't want to deal with any of that right now.
I feel like you could just kind of say one answer for like every question.
Yes.
Perioric stuff comes up and is like, oh, what's the deal with that? Chaos. What's the deal with that? Chaos. What's the deal with that? Oh, measured chaos.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess, yeah. Maybe it'll change soon, who knows?
I don't know.
I also have really bad trust issues, so...
Yeah. So, like, Snake Fang,
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
like going around stealing shit, or
I mean, sometimes. Sometimes it's not stealing, it's finding.
I'll give you that one. So just that the entire time?
Yeah, pretty much. Kept me in shape. Also got me a rep, which is gone now, but that's okay.
Odette kind of turns around another one of the kind of where two alleys kind of meet and create a dead end, and they're like, well, okay, and they turn around and start to walk back the opposite way. And you guys are walking around for quite a while, checking a bunch of different places, as now it's just kind of the waiting game of when are we gonna see it, how do we find it type thing. Sorry. As Odette just kind of keeps working from one side to the other in the grotto. Kind of keep asking questions every once in a while. mostly just picking at little things. Before eventually it starts to get to the point where every once in a while when you pass by a certain street, you can see up the hill and out into the main upper part of the city, and you can see where the sun is beginning to set, and you know your party members will probably be back sometime soon. At a certain point, Oldet leads you past probably what is the largest building you've seen down in the grotto so far, made entirely out of stone with a large wrought iron gate out front that's kind of set within the stone. As Oldet just kind of starts to walk by it casually, looking back at it once and then just kind of continuing forward. It's this massive building that had the other kind of trailing, kind of smashed together buildings not been around it, it would have been the first thing that you noticed when walking down below the city. But now that you're kind of passing it by, it just appeared out of nowhere almost. It's not completely out of place because every style of building that you've passed by this point has been completely different, but the uniformity of it set within everything else here does definitely stand out.
Kind of puts over to it. What's this place?
Huh? Oh, it's one of the places for the Cromthiers.
The what?
The Cromthiers?
Mm-hmm.
It's one of the mobs.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's keep walking.
Yeah.
You continue on further. After a while, Dodie and Erithar, you make your way back to the... Is it the Black Point or the Black View? Hold on. Where am I?
Like something.
It's gonna bug
It's
me.
Blackview.
Blackview, thank you. I can't find it. The Blackview Grotto. And start to make your way down the hill and look, hopefully maybe to finding your party members somewhere within the space. Making your way back towards that one tavern that you remember. Passing by where the hot dog stand used to be, but has now since moved. You do notice that there is a, indented spot in the stone where, 2 footprints would be, and you wonder how long, for how many years, that dwarf comes and stands in the same spot and sells hot dogs. But you continue on, eventually making your way back to the tavern that Oldet had been staying at, apparently. And after some time, Gore and Oldet, unless there's anything else that you want to talk about with Oldet, after wandering around for at least 2 hours, at least, you manage to wander back towards the tavern. Oldet kind of throwing their hands up I kept seeing that thing everywhere earlier, now I can't see it at all. As you round the corner, you see where Dodie and Erithar have just entered into the little patio area as you begin to catch up.
I love that I can hear it.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Oh, I gotta love being sick. But you all group up eventually at the at this back corner table of this tavern as Oldet kind of again just kind of puts their hands down onto the table and leans on it, slightly stretching their legs from how much they've just been walking around.
It's really annoying. Honestly. Couldn't find it at all.
I feel like if you stop looking, that's when it'll appear.
Yeah, probably.
No luck with teleportation circle. The only scroll that was available was 3,000, and not really gonna mess with that. So just whenever we leave town, we'll have to get a horse and cart. And he pulls the 2 diamonds out of his bag and hands it to Gore. Hold on to that.
Oh, sweet, thanks.
Yeah, like don't
Throws them in his
use them just when someone dies. If someone dies.
Well, you'll have to come get him.
Yeah, I will. But
Can I try something? More specifically, can I please have the sending stone?
oh yeah, hands it to her.
I have
do
no
have
idea
to,
how this works.
You do have to wait, and it's an hour, right? Attuning to it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you do have to wait an hour before you can use it. Were you thinking about sending a message to the?
She does this back to
lady-
him.
It's the doppelganger. I'm sorry. Yes, that one.
Oh, that's not a bad idea, although I don't know how sentient and able to respond they would be.
Under normal
I don't know.
circumstances, they probably would be. Probably not with words. I honestly don't know anymore.
I was going to see if maybe perhaps we could use our newfound mob connections to teleport to Port Faith.
That is, yes. It's 25 words, right? 21, 25.
25.
25.
You can only say 25 words in your message.
That sounds
They can
right.
send one back. And you can't use it again until the next day. Or the sunset, sunrise. One of those.
Are you all fine if I use it for the day?
Fine by me.
And I'm gonna hold this in my hand for the next hour.
Well, for an hour, do we want to sit down and have a drink?
I like the sound of that.
Hell yeah.
We've just been walking around for 2 hours straight, so I honestly wouldn't mind.
Fine.
Yeah, I didn't even get to show you my new moves.
It's got great
That
new
sounds
moves.
exciting.
You guys walk off and sit down at the table. Oldet kind of situating themselves back in the chair, kind of pulling their knees up so they're like kind of crisscross applesauce on one of the chairs as they sit back. You can see that up at the bar there is a person kind of handing out drinks, but nobody seems to be walking around to serve anything.
Well,
Alright, fine. I'll go up to the bar.
You stand up from the table.
Oldet, what's your drink?
not ale.
Are you a wine guy? Are you a wine person? Are you a cocktail person? Sweet, sour, bitter,
Sour?
sour. Alright, I'll be back.
You walk off, leaving Gore, Arathar, Oldet and Saphael at the table. You walk up to the counter and see a very scraggly-looking dwarven man behind the counter. Hair pulled back into just this massive frizzy ponytail with a short cropped beard and what looks to be a nose ring as well, as he stands behind the bar, which is quite low below you, and turns around and looks up at you. Yeah.
Leans forward. Can I get a very strong ale, a glass of red wine, and 1, 2, 3 lemon drops, please?
I'll see if I have the stuff.
He turns around and
Thank
he
you.
walks. After a moment, he starts to make drinks. He sets down the ale and the wine first. The wine is not in a wine glass, but instead kind of in just a tall, skinny glass. Interesting. But after a moment, he sets down 3 drinks that are probably lemon drops. He just extends a
Thank
hand.
you. She puts a gold in his hand.
Hey, alright.
You turn back. Is there anything other than awkward silence happening at the table while Dodie's gone?
I think if she's gone long enough, he'll probably look over at Oldek. I'm so sorry. I forgot their name. What's their name?
All that.
Oldet! Oh my god. Sorry. He'll probably look at Oldet. So, since you know Mr. Merrick's, are you a wizard? Or are you...
No,
No.
no. Monk.
Oh, that makes sense, considering your acquaintance.
Yeah. Yeah, no, just ran into him. He seemed like he needed help.
I think he does a lot. I think
Yeah.
he's just that way.
He ends up in situations which, you know, I get. But is it polite to ask back? I don't know.
I don't think so. Not that I know of. I'm not a wizard. I'm a sorcerer. I'm a different breed of... different branch. I came with it. I didn't learn it. But I'm careful who I say that to. As learning it is a lot of hard work and years of education, so no disrespect to that.
Sorcery is pretty specific.
It depends. There's a lot of different types. I thought that maybe this conversation would go somewhere, but it's not, so...
Yeah, at this point, Oldet is kind of looking between Gore and Erithar, as Gore looks like he kind of wants to die.
Yeah.
And then over at Saphael, who has not said a word,
Anything else?
as Oldet just kind of... As Saphael just...
Kind of looks over at Gore. Am I speaking? Should I just stop speaking? Am I being... Should I just not talk?
You could talk if you want.
I mean, if anything, I think
Awesome.
he's being the weird one.
He normally...
I'm just
he
a weird
always
fella.
is. He really always is. We're trying to respect his privacy. But, you know.
Thank you.
How long have you been traveling together?
About a month? Almost. Not quite.
It's a short time frame to kill a king.
You know about that?
About this time, Dodie, you're getting back to the table.
Being as she is a young woman. She is a master of the claw.
Yes, of
So
course.
she's got like 3 drinks balanced on one hand and 2 in the other. Put some down. She kind of puts her hand in front of Sapphire. I think you'll like that, but if you don't, I'll drink it.
All right.
Great.
Things are very weird at this table right now.
I gather.
Mm-hmm.
Are we talking about how weird Gore is?
Yeah, apparently they agree that he's being weird. Apparently he's not like this normally.
Well, I mean, he's always kind of weird.
See?
Also makes sense.
I mean, I feel like we're all kind of weird. I mean, I don't know about you guys,
Well,
but I mean, like, we as in, like...
I don't know what you're talking about.
Can I have my drink?
Slides it over to me.
Downs it.
Is this how it always is?
Yes.
Yes.
Most of the time.
Cool.
Cork gets up. I'm gonna go grab another drink. Walks to the bar.
Jeez.
So, old dad, how long have you and Gore known each other?
Looks back towards where Gorge just walked off.
No, don't bring him any attention. Listen to me. Answer my question.
Make a persuasion check.
Oh boy. She's very pretty. It's a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Most of our lives?
How long would that be?
Not so great with numbers. I think he was 8 when we met.
And how long ago was this?
Hold on. Let me do some math. $15?
Gore is 23. Write that down. Write that down.
I'm writing it down.
Fascinating.
Oh, to be the oldest member of this party.
Arathar and these
Definitely not.
20-something-year-olds.
You're in his 30s.
He's babysitting. It's fine. And how long approximately has it been since you've seen him? Pay no attention to the giant shiny axe right behind me.
About this time, Gore, you're returning to the table. Unless you are just really, really taking your time getting your drink.
No, he just wanted more of the drink.
About this time, you hear Oldet laughing at the table, which could mean many different things.
Yeah.
as you begin to approach. Numbers.
Hmm?
Huh?
What about numbers?
I'm not very good with them.
It's okay, I'm not good with the letters.
Yeah.
You don't have to answer my question right now. That's fine.
Wait, what
Lots of-
question?
Lots of staring
Worry
in this
about it.
group.
What?
Aerith's pulled out his notebook and is writing in his notebook.
What? What's going on here?
I was asking for help with calculating the tip for next
Insight.
time I go to the lab.
Yeah, make an insight check.
Can I make a deception check?
You can make a deception check.
So funny.
No modifier.
I will say, Gore, you can have advantage because Oldet is sitting there, and you know Oldet very well.
That's a lot better, okay. It's a 19.
It was also a 19.
You
It meets it, it beats it.
you look over as Dodie says this. You look over, and Oldet's just like, you know when a dog side eyes you really hard.
Yeah.
Just that.
I just want to know what you guys are talking about.
How old you are?
I'm 23.
If I had asked you that question directly, you would have told me it was none of my fucking business.
No, I would have told you I was 23. I'm feeling good today.
My mistake.
Now, what was his other question? You had all that thinking of something.
See, this one I know you're gonna tell me it's none of my business, so why can't we just drop it?
It doesn't hurt to ask.
How long it's been since you friends have seen each other?
Ah. Gore's not doing this.
Ow.
I have to look for the number.
Yeah, this is reading the doc time.
Shit. That's it. Hold on, I'm gonna run this by you, because I don't see it directly.
Yeah.
Dragging it around.
I think...
Could also be kind of vague. Okay. It's been like 4 years, almost. I'd say.
Getting close, I think. A little over 3.
Any other questions? Downs one of his ales.
Aerith's been switching between giving Dodie like a please stop look and also looking over at Saphael and writing.
Saphael, who's like... Every once in a while staring back at Aerithar like, you seeing this shit?
I've been trying to open up.
I apologize for my assumptions. I appreciate your honesty.
Any other questions?
No,
No?
nothing further at this time.
At this time?
If something comes up that's relevant to the mission, I will ask you.
No curious questions?
I'll also answer questions. I mean, just from anybody, honestly, about anything.
When we get somewhere more secluded, can I take a closer look at the cabochon?
Yeah.
I am... Merrick's asked me to look at it a very long time ago, and I must admit that I have been stupid curious about it.
It's pretty interesting.
I don't know if Gore told you this, but I am something of an expert on religious matters. Not Periork specifically.
Sage Queen?
It's pretty obvious, isn't it?
Just based on colors.
Specifically, but in general.
Cleric?
Not
Cleric?
Paladin.
Ah.
Raised by clerics.
Makes sense.
So I know how they tick. I like you a lot, Oldette.
Thanks. You guys seem pretty cool. Really weird, but I can't really talk much. Considering... You know, holy shit! Oldette just stands up, runs over the table, and books it out of the tavern. You guys turn around and see Oldette just absolutely booking it high speed, faster than you expect them to after that creature.
God damn it.
I put his stuff down, I was like, thank God. It was like running after them.
Gore's also sprinting.
You all get up all at once. Saphael just drinks the rest of his drink and then just starts to run, grabbing his stuff as he does so. As you all begin to move near in a pack, trying to catch up with Oldette, as you just book it down these crowded streets of the grotto. You whip between different buildings, down an alleyway, up over a building, running and running and running and running, until eventually you hear Oldette call out behind themselves towards you guys, "Go down!" As you turn around a corner and see where the road splits, both up and down, one nearly breaking off into what looks to be another one of those cave-ins, and up over a different building. I'm assuming that you go down. As you curve around the side, and down into this cave-in where you can see it all breaks away and out into this rushing water. Could I get a either survival or investigation check from somebody in the party?
I can roll survival.
Ain't gonna be Gore.
20.
Dirty 20? As you get down into this cave and down into these water pipes, you look around and see where another cave-in is up slightly ahead and down where one is slightly below you. You stop for a moment as the rest of your party joins you, and you listen. And after a moment, you can hear heavy breathing and the sound of water splashing off to your right as you turn and start to run that way. You guys are now running between different water pipes as what looks to be actually clean water is rushing past you underneath this under part of the city. As you continue running, at a certain point nearly knee-deep in water as you splash through it, you can hear up ahead more and more aggravated sounds as that sound of like a sad sigh slowly starts to turn into this wailing, sobbing sound. As water continues to splash around you and you finally crest around a different corner and come face to face with what is almost an underground chamber. Different pipes connect here, and water rushes off in two different directions, as standing underneath what is almost like a grated skylight above you is this what used to be a doppelganger, and standing before it, kind of arms out to the side as if it's being like, whoa, 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 is Oldet. As you take a moment, you can see that the cloak has fallen off of this creature, and you see now its doughy, soft, pale white body, and where its legs extend into sharp spikes, as if it is just stabbing into the ground underneath it, as one hand is kind of like goes from this fleshy arm down into this long spiked, almost metallic hand, as the other arm just seems to stretch and extend and fall along the floor as if it's dragging across the ground. You see in its hand that happens to be there on one side, dragging across the ground, it has a large piece of broken rock in it, as Oldet kind of holds its hands up as you look off to the side and can see where the ground beneath it is cracked and broken, as if the wrong move will make the entire thing cave in. And I honestly think that's a good place to stop it for tonight, and we'll pick up with combat next time. Yes?
Yeah.
Yes.
Awesome. Oh, this was so exciting. All right. Well, good job, everyone, for dealing with mostly talking this session. I think some fun moments happened. And I think that's where we're going to call it. I don't think there's any stickers to be done. Well, maybe one for Gore. But I'm going to go ahead and turn off the stream, I think. So, B.